Hello, happy Saturday. How's it going, everyone? Hey, there we are. Welcome on back to the stream. Happy Saturday, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Ooh, hold on. This needs to not be playing over here. Okay. Let me get sound. Oh, too loud in my ears. Hold on. That's better. That's better for me. Alrighty, happy Saturday, everybody. Welcome on back to the stream. Hope you guys are doing well. I ended up not having to do something today, so we're free. We're free to stream. We're free. I know, it's so early. Hey, 21 Snakes, how's it going? It is an early stream. I thought I was gonna get abducted and have to go do stuff today, but then I ended up not having anything to do, so I'm like, cool, I'm gonna stream early so we can try to cram in as much Ace Attorney goodness as we can, because next week also, I may not be free. Momo was being cute in the kitchen. Well, he is a cat and he does what he wants. So, anyway, I'm not sure, but this might or might not be the last case. Who knows? We're on the Hounds of the Baskerville? Hound of the Baskervilles. There we go. I know where the S is. Oh, hello, Momo. Speaking of Momo and cats that demand things. Hold up, I got you, cat. I got you. Can you stop pushing on the mic, please? There we go. There's the cat cam. New home for the cat cam right up there. And here he is in all of his catto glory. Hanging out. All right. But yeah, we are in the trial defending our friend Gina Lestrade, who may be a pickpocket, but she is certainly not a murderer, and we are here to prove that to the world. But it's very touch and go, as normal. We're trying our best. We're doing our best here. But, you know, the evidence is always stacked against us somehow, because, you know, you can never catch a break in these games. I know, Momo, it's very exciting. It's very, very exciting. Again, we're gonna try to fit in as much as we can. Maybe we'll finish this case. That'd be great, because we've been on this case for a while. At the very least, I hope we finish the trial. That would be nice, right? Let's dive right on in. We're on part 3 of the trial. Wow, this was 3 parts already? That's a bit, isn't it? I'm loaded up. I got a lot of drinks. I got like 2 kinds of water, flat and sparkling, and then I've got my tea. We might take a break to go make more tea if we need to. We're in it. We're in it today. Gonna do what we can. I know, Momo. It's all very exciting. You're very excited to be here, back live on the internet. Can you sit down, please, instead of running your face into the microphone? Okay, thank you. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Gina, how are you holding up? This game tends to drag a little bit, but the second one's a lot better with pacing. Very good to know. I feel like we're almost done with this game. And then we'll see when we finish, and we'll figure out plans for when we start the next game after that. Very excited. It is fun, though. Pacing's a little weird, but yeah, it's still fun. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw—
Oh, sorry. Oops, wrong one.
Well, you saw it. That picture.
What picture?
You mean this? This photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder?
Please, Momo, don't knock things off the desk. Now is not the time for that. I know, very exciting.
Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've got out of your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent.
I think you were doing a bad thing for the right reasons, but I do not think you are a murderer, no. I don't think you killed a man. Of course I can.
Huh.
I know, Momo. I'm sorry. I was adjusting the armrest.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Uno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
It's true. If you would just be, like, upfront and honest with me, this would go a lot easier, so I wouldn't have to be, like, surprised by, like, oh yeah, by the way, this happened. And it's like, I would have liked to know that beforehand so I could get, like, some context about it, and then maybe we wouldn't be in trouble right now, right?
Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? We all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yeah, I remember. I remember that. We talked about how, for some reason, Sato-san knew the name of the unpublished manuscript, even though it is clearly an unpublished manuscript, so there's no way that she should have known that, but she did anyway. So that's very sus, and yet she won't explain why and how she knew. And it's like,
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windabank's place. I had to know.
If Iris' story was there or not? The Hound of the Baskervilles? Okay, Momo, you wanna, like, maybe stop moving the mic after I fix it? That would be great. Okay.
I don't know what it's about or nothing.
You clearly knocked something down, but I have no idea what.
If you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windabank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time.
So, you broke into Windibanks?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I?
You certainly did not. Neither did we.
Struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a wick, and that's when...
What do you think you're doing?
Ah! I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew...
Snap.
I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
That explains that. So she was just startled. She didn't mean to grab the gun and hold him at gunpoint. She's just like, holy shit, somebody's here. Ah. Ah, you're the girl who was here in the afternoon. I didn't think the pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mantle script. Have you got it here?
Did Sholmes leave a load of... Oh, sorry, wrong one.
Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story?
I beg your pardon?
He owned the... something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it here, that's all.
Oh, you want to see it, do you?
I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? That's a very reasonable request. Like, can you, like, put the gun down?
Well, then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside.
I know, Momo. It's very exciting. It's a bottle of water I just drank from.
And it was there, all right. The mantle script. Sholmes won't lie after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny?
That was really cute. He just meowed at me. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but the cat is being vocal.
Anyway, then there was a bit of kick-up at the old... kick-up out in the main bit of the shop.
The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene. Yes.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Dear me. Is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, knocked the gun out of me hands and walked back out into the shop. Hung back in the storeroom, like you said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they'd got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself, when...
Bang, bang! Ooh, that's 2 bangs. We thought there was just 1, but there were 2!
I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time.
Hey, you want to, like, give me that information in advance next time? Because everyone right now is like, oh yeah, that was just 1 shot, and it's like... If you want to, like... We knew there were 2.
And then there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you?
Yeah, so I went to grab the old coal's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew.
And he's dead so. He's done so.
Windibank was a goner. Felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I had done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me.
They didn't believe her because she's just a pickpocket, and they think pickpockets and liars are the same thing.
He'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert...
I keep wanting to say Egbert, but his name is Eggert, because that's totally normal.
That Eggert Benedict.
I want to know what this dude's real name is.
Still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night.
We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Yeah, he was after whatever McGilded stuff was, so presumably that disc, which my guess is it has government secrets on it. Stolen government secrets. Crap. I need to, like, take the labels off these. I'm not sponsored by anything, guys. I just like water. There we go. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
What? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto.
What is that even? Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trot off with him, even though he was a killer.
No. I could never forget that.
Oh.
I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
But what if I'm lying? You could be working hard to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I don't think you're a killer. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Ooh, we're going full circle.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Bruno.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. And owner of the armband I keep showing off to everybody. Yunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. Your heart melts whenever you hear it. It's so good, isn't it? I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. He had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Cosmo was done dirty in this game. He really was, right? Oh my god. It was like a total accident, just like really unfortunate circumstances that all happened at once. It was awful. Very sad. And then we got to be accused of murder twice. That was great. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver? And no good liar?
You're not like McGilded. I know that.
Eh? That's right, you're her friend, Ginny. Oh, Iris!
We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly. Well, Sonaro, though, why?
Offended Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Hi, that's us. Hello. Hello. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my life. In my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, final battle. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Oh, there goes the cat! No, come back! He's gone. He'll be back. You gotta believe he'll be back. Alright, 17th of April, 1:41 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? Subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. Glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Crap, I forgot Gregson's voice again. This happens every week. Damn, last week I had chips too. I'm gonna want chips again. Every time he whips it out, I'm just like, damn, I really want chips. This game makes you hungry. First was the Corinto, and now it's like the chips. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. I mean, that's fair, but it does make a point.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord! Subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I hate that name so much. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Did it update? Ashley Graydon, an operator at the Central Communications Station who's been subpoenaed because he was caught on a photograph taken by the red-handed recorders in the pawnbrokery.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a matter that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street? And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. His real name isn't Egbert Benedict? Shocking. Shocking! He gave us a false name! What a crime. Who could have seen this coming? Lying in my video game? That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Why? Why are you like this? Gladly, my lord. Gladly. He's so excited to be here for us that he's dancing. It's totally normal. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here are present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. You have a wound on you by any chance, like more than on your hand, like maybe your shoulder or your arm? You want to like take off your jacket? Can I see under your jacket? So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. The highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury. Our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Rude? How dare you? Even if I might partially agree, but don't worry about that part. That's just rude. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter is not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Yo, actually, on the real, afternoon tea, amazing. I love doing afternoon tea. It's surprisingly filling. That does not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. Pawnbrokery with Herlock Sholmes. You tried to swindle my little friend here out of her jacket. Technically not her jacket, but you still tried to also take it as yours, even though it's not yours. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... You just throw your hat at me? Ah! What? I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Just toss it on the ground. It's fine. We don't need this. We don't need his hat. Give it to somebody in the peanut gallery. They'll take good care of it. Not my problem. The accusation. Alright, we're gonna press everything as always. He does use the pawnbrokery services. Throw it on the ground and stomp on it. That is a fantastic idea and exactly what we should be doing. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at that time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Objection. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. Oh, but can you prove to me that it is indeed unrelated? Because the reason why he was there could very well be the reason why he was there later that night, you know? I don't think that's that unrelated. It was all happening in the same day. Can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. He colluded with the thugs! Be nice to the thugs. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. They seem awfully shifty about you, though. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? A young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? You jerk! Well, needless to say, I'm gonna stomp on your hat. He's no intention of admitting his wrongdoings. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. You appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. How about you hand over the rest of those photos from the red-handed recorder? Maybe I can find something. Probably not, but, you know, I would still have liked to take a look. Fulfill that obligation before putting in more unreasonable questions to the witness. Oh my god, this dude. Silent victory wiggle. Thanks. I claim his blood was found at the scene. Yes, I do. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Take off your jacket and we'll find out. Do you have an injury somewhere that we should know about? Care to explain? Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shells' chemicals is able to differentiate... Gotta cut me off like that, don't you? Is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spammy, the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. Who was sometimes a little bit misguided, but you know, he gets there eventually. He's good people. So, even you were unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. Look, he did accuse me of murder once, so... Just don't worry about it. The great detective, you say? Oh, shit. No. Stop going on your own. I want to read. Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? No, shit. It's on autoplay. Oh, shit, I hit autoplay somehow. Oh, God. I gotta go back and press that one again. Counsel for the defense thinks a British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he? Ugh.
This is so unfair. That chemical test is based on solid science. Hurley and I know what we're doing.
Trouble is, unless the technique can be independently verified, we'll never get beyond this man's flashy stick waving. Granted, it is a very colorful alchemy. Perhaps it would make a good souvenir for your uneducated friends back home in the East. Something riled him there, just for a moment. Mr. Graydon let his feathers get ruffled. I saw something that I don't think is in the pictures, but I want to make sure it is not. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Thought's gone. A souvenir is all it's good for. I was like, why is it just going on its own? Because autoplay is a button that exists not where I need it to be. Alright, we gotta press that again. Blood was found, yada yada yada. Oh, hold on. There we go. Not the only human to have blood running through his veins. How could we be sure it's his? It could be one of theirs. And then we science, and then he's like, screw your science. And we're like, that's rude, I take offense. On behalf of Sholmes. You got something to say there, Skulkin.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Oh shit, camera crashed. Hold on, we're using a different camera, so I don't know. Uh-oh, it's on the wrong screen. Hold on, I'll fix it. We'll figure this out. Nope, that's not how you do that. How do I refresh you? Oh shit. Oh, nope, that's not it. Ah, it's scrolling on its own because I'm pushing other buttons outside. That's not good. Alright, deactivate and then reactivate. How about that? This one, I thought I was trying out this other program to hope that it would stop crashing, and apparently it's not going to, so we will do this another way. The old way. We'll go back to using the old program. We'll fix this. I cannot use the other program because OBS is using it. Well, what if I figure it out? Oh! I think I got it. There we go. Alright, we're good. Except now I'm off center. Cool, all good. Coloring's a little bit off, but it's fine. It's fine, we'll make do. All right, where were we? Excuse me, and we pursued Nash. You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, the oh, sorry, it was Ringo who said something. Eh? What? Me? And then we said, no, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell ya? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. I'm referring to the other one, Nash. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Can we please all get on the same page? Thank you. Eh? Oh, blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought just went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Sorry, I'm trying to fix something one more time. Oh, crap. There we go. That's better. Eh? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest God, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Oh, what wound? What wound are we talking about? Please tell me more. I'm very eager to know about this wound. Would you like to take off your jacket, sir? I'm sure you're very stuffy. We want to air out that wound. We don't want to, like, keep it all closed up because it might, like, you know, it needs to breathe to heal. Hmm? What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It's only 2 days ago and ain't gonna be healed up yet. How would you know this if you don't know each other, huh? So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, hell's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Thank you, Nash, thank you. Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. But they're claiming they know you. I think that's reason enough for us to, you know, explore that thread, that train of thought. And why are you clutching your arm like that, You know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet in the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or, you know, thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain? No, I refuse. Not allowed. I've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves, except that they just said that they know that you were hit in the arm. They're testifying against you, because they're not smart. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. You want to add that to your testimony? You want to say that one more time? That you had nothing, you will have nothing to do with this pawnbrokery? You have no relation to this pawnbrokery whatsoever? Why don't I have a photo of him there? Well, I have this, the music disc with the blood on it, which we know is his because we literally saw him there. Alright, anyway. Now I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. We're still gonna press him first, but we got him now. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment when that man was killed. We're gonna press him first, and then we're gonna get him. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident? Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. Oh, there's your excuse. Damn it.
Objection!
No! You were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. But he does. He knows. Oh, Gregson, please do continue. Please do tell me what you are thinking at this time, Inspector. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And so was Sholmes. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? Let's be on my side. But you must. Not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here?
Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the Winterbanks.
Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. No point have I denied that fact. You just said he had nothing to do with that pawnbrokery, though. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Shit. Gregson, why can't you remember? He was so insistent that it belonged to him. Redemption ticket. Right on the back of a photograph. That's Mr. Mason's blood. I don't know if we have enough to get him right now. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? What is up with you, Inspector? That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. Is it because of the disc involved and Gregson doesn't want to talk about the disc because it's some other, like, super sensitive secret case that he has to work on, which I assume has to do with the theft of government secrets? Here's a train of thought. He has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, they were the key to it after all.
So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Probably the disc that we know he cut his hand on because he was very insistent that it belongs to him. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information can become a valuable weapon. Let's go to the right statement first. Never had anything to do with the pawnbroker. Alright, let's save first. I'm gonna save. It's been a bit. And then I think we know it was him who cut his hand on this. So let's go for it. Alright, let's try it. Objection! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? Oh, this disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious! Indeed it must! Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So, you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It really is quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. No, it wasn't, because if you flip it over, it says it was McGilded's! Or McGilded, right there. This is gonna be great. Alright, let's do it. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Or it has everything to do with it. The disc! I'm missing something. Hold on. Found it. Ah, he called out the note right away. Shit.
There's a note on the disc saying former gilded, but if the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. I hear you correctly, sir. Gilded, you say? Famous London philanthropist? East End London. Perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Dun dun dun. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Gilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So, he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc, for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. The disc! Yes. So we know it says for McGilded. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? And as you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. Oh, ads are starting soon. All right, we'll pace ourselves and we'll take a short break when the ad starts up. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there's a note on it that reads, for McGilded. Alright, pause. Ad timer. We'll wait a little bit. We will wait! We're gonna take a short break while the ads play. Alright, BRB. Oh, ads go. Okay. Alright, we're back. I'm gonna take a really quick break. Ow! Elmo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. Hey, guys. Chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Is there no formal job training? Did they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? No, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim? Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe.
You look pink. Tender and very cute.
Weirds me out a little bit that my Twitch profile icon is also pink-haired, so, you know. Why did she say tender? I don't know. Is she gonna eat us? Concerns?
So call you Sweet Potato. It's nice. That's a food you're gonna eat us. I think we're gonna die.
Same initials, that's not cool. Yeah, why'd you gotta bring that up? Rude! Ah! I won't be able to spot a squat like this.
What the heck's going on around here? Running for the hills!
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. And tombstone. Book! Book. Map? Book. Tombstone! Good job, us. I'm so proud of our Warrior of Light. Fucking tombstones. As a result, I brought this knife so I could shank this bitch next to me if he doesn't fucking give me back my coin. I know he took it. There was no one else there. Bro, what? Bro, what? Excuse me? Anyway, the fact remains,
Mr. Stickler shouts, at which point the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his pistol. And that's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right?
We broke something, guys. Trucy became a block of tofu. It's like tofu percent in Resident Evil. Chat, I'm back. I'm back. We broke her. Hope you guys had a good break. Also, I needed to go stretch a little bit too, so it was a good time. Okay, I paused it here so we didn't miss much. There's the what's it called? Summary? Summary. I know words. Okay, anyway, back to this. You clean forgot that the music box disc was in the jacket pocket. And the note reads for McGilded. Alright, here we go. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. Would you care to tell us what music is specifically on this music box and how to play it so we can verify that it is indeed yours? I think that's a pretty good way to check. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced upon. Yes, exactly. Okay, except we do have the original tickets. One small box. Here it is. One gentleman's overcoat. And this has the blood of Mr. Mason, but I don't know how we can prove that. Interesting.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Redemption ticket was stolen from him!
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection.
Rude. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection.
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? Rude. I concur with the prosecution. How could you, Judge? Counsel, you refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Fine. Yes, my lord. And then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I went to the shop to explain the situation.
Hold it.
Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once for the purpose of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So, when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say that what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? And that's right, and this was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. You wanna explain yourself, Gregson? Here, you got something to contribute to this conversation?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Inspector. What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. Should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? Suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Cops like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Long Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? What's going on? I don't think we got anything here. It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Shit. Gladly, my lord. No reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. The valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There's no more in the shop that night than I. So I keep saying I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after? I wonder if that's really true.
You know, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
The small box that we have the ticket for still. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Gregsy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. It had no reason to break into the shop later that same night. We could try the other redemption ticket here. Or earlier on, but we'll try it here first. All right. Owned by the redemption ticket issued from the pawnbroker owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank, in the form of some handwritten notes on the back of a photograph. Small box, and it was found in the coat pocket of the jacket. Which, if he claims it was his, he would know what's in the small box and he would be going back for it, right? I think it's a good reason. All right, let's go with it. Objection! This disc was deposited at Windibank's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibank's. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Nah. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Now, are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So, that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Would you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Alright, do explain. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
And as previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter, where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, gilded small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here was a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. At 11 p.m. on 15th April.
Oh, camera crashed, camera crashed.
Hold on, I got you.
Ooh. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. We're good, we're good.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And there we have another print.
Ugh, are we gonna do the damn cross-eyed thing again?
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare.
Can I get those in my...
Alright. I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold.
Oh god. Do I have to cross-eyed this? How do I do this?
I can't do it. I'm not at a good angle to do this. Oh wait, maybe hold on. Maybe if I look at this screen. Nope.
What happened? It's just not... doesn't work for me. But I can just look very carefully for minor differences. Maybe small little tweaks. We're looking for perhaps a small box that was moved just a skosh. Just a tiny little skosh, a little bit. The one on the red napkin seems like would be the most obvious choice, right?
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one of the possible motives in this case. Explored the possibility that something had been taken, and in addition to the victim's life. So, your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
This works significantly better on the 3DS than it does on Steam? Yeah, I imagine. Because the 3DS, you could just like turn up the thing and it'll move, and I'm like, cool, great, now I can see everything! And then now it's like, oh god, I don't know how to cross-eye myself good enough, like with the angles that I'm sitting at with my monitors, and it just doesn't work, man. Doesn't work.
Yes, sir.
They clearly really want you to do this thing. And I'm like, I can't.
Counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints.
But what if you open the box and you take the contents out?
And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. You wanna like hand those prints over to me so I can put them in my thing? And then maybe Ryunosuke will figure it out. I don't believe it! I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box. Oh my god, his stupid little victory dance. I hate it so much. Might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. What if these two photographs really are exactly the same?
I'm sure they've something shifted a little bit. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. They're not gonna give it to me, they just want me to go cross-eyed, which I'm not gonna do. You will accept the prosecution's assertion? No. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Use a piece of evidence! Please use the thing to make my life easier. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? The stereoscope. Please help.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Ooh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last! You can't resist, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion!
Oh god, please don't put it that way. Juror number 3, what a surprise.
Come on, Runo! Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
Hey, look, something moved! Wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? Must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location, the discrepancy of which you speak. It's this right here.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me. Wait. Unbelievable. Gasp. By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact? Yes, the very same small box I just identified in the photographic prints. Somebody lifted its contents, most likely.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. Did you look inside? Is it empty? Why do you think anybody would deposit an empty box? It probably had something in it that somebody probably took. That may be true, but alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. The contents were, obviously. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything! believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this case. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Yes. Take that, Van Zeeks. Should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. Be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. You are super rude and super racist, you jerk. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. It's a pawnbrokery. You can't prove that everything there is worthless. Holmes got a Stradivarius out of one. That shit is like priceless. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. Whose fault was that? A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. Now, I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? No, goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash in a pawnbrokery.
Oh my god, you had to like scroll so fast. Hold on.
I'm quite certain in that.
Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
Why you gotta waste so much wine? What is wrong with you?
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Shit.
Well,
What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. But the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny!
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
Maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us.
I'm sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright. The exact significance of things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. It's the right thing to do here. I mean, she was under duress, though. Was that a defense back then? Are we in a time period where we can say duress is justifiable? I think we should have her testify. We gotta do something. Let the truth be heard. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. We gotta trust and believe in each other, right? That's part of the point of this. A defendant? What end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. You'll prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? Oh, he definitely knows. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing. Indeed, your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. He like pretends he still has his hat even though he tossed it to us, and I'm pretty sure, at least I hope, we threw it away. Not too much to hope, I hope we threw it away. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. Ooh. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. I'm gonna need to get an energy drink during the next break. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean...
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side. All right, then. We'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded pawned articles on that extraordinary case of the omnibus. Harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take the risk. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is, that brickmaker code was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and a pair on the roof deck went to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived the court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
Look, we didn't know.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies.
That McGilded fellow was brought to the court, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of ya. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free!
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. He stopped saying racist shit. Now he's just calling me a student like I'm, like, actually improving and working on it. What's your deal, man? What's your story? I'm curious. I want to know. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. The real truth of the omnibus case. Alright, he's in the cabin the whole time. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats?
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me, I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind?
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
And she got dragged out from under the seat. Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Would this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat on the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what happened to the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
A rapping noise? And then a scream. Okay.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. They screamed. The driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, two cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slopes.
They immediately left to fetch the police. It would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Mr. McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and voices from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in that trial, I believe. This dude's gonna get in trouble because he's taking all kinds of money for all the bad reasons. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Oh yeah, Beppo.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
And then he slipped him money to go deposit the code at the pawnbrokery. That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me a driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? I mean, yeah, he paid everybody off. Perhaps the excursion at the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. Folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. I saw him do that. I remember thinking, that coat and what's it has got to be worth a few bob.
Yeah, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at the lick. Then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
And then she got threatened.
Hold it!
Threatened you how, exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarp if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago?
Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said.
Which was...
Told me I'd have to hang to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never!
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGillett have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat at the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Oh, the bloodstains! And then we're gonna see that it matches Mason's and we'll be like, ha, this blood shit actually works. Ooh. Okay.
Maybe, we'll see.
Anyway, after that he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gita. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Bruno.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over.
Awkward.
So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I already did. I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
That is weird. Yeah, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about that. Do I gotta press again and look at them while she's talking? Ah, shit. Alright. Alright. Fletch back in there so they couldn't see nothing. False testimony. Told her what to say. They're still talking. Important to tell the truth now. Were they acquaintances? She has no idea. They were talking a lot, though. About money. Kept talking about buying and not buying. Okay. Dealings of some kind, louder and louder, and then a proper fight. Nothing out of them. Very scared, hard to breathe. And then somebody keeling over. And then she screams. And then she saw the disc on the floor. Okay. That's the disc. Yep, okay. Right next to him. Picked it up, okay. Nothing out of you guys? Don't say a word about what she saw. Didn't want to get stabbed. I also don't want to get stabbed. I think that's a very reasonable fear. Name and where she lived.
Hold it!
It's probably not this statement, but we're gonna keep looking. And then these guys. Alright, nothing yet. Driver didn't know because she was under the seat. Voice from the outside. Beppo! Poor Beppo. We're throwing him under the bus and he has no idea. Gilded slipped the driver some money.
Hold it!
And then the pawnbrokery. Yeah, the driver gave false testimony. Gave the coat to the driver. Folded it up. Coat's gotta be worth a few bob. She was haggling. Nothing from them yet.
Alright, last statement. Threaten not to snitch.
Hold it!
Threatened her how? They're not moving at all. She gave false testimony. He said one more thing. Hang on to the ticket and don't lose it. No reaction from these guys at all. They got the pawn shop, pay money to keep it from being lugged, stop it from being forfeited, okay. Why would he do such a thing? Something very important he needed to hide. He let her go after. Or the cops showed up. Huh. Like, there wasn't any, like, obvious sign that any of them had something to say. What can we do? I think we have to look at our evidence. Slip the driver some money to go to the pawnbrokers. Then she held onto the ticket. Well, this is the ticket for the coat. Can we present the ticket? Should we present the ticket? We're saving for sure. Okay, let's try presenting something. Sent the driver to the pawn shop. Okay, let's try this.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. That reveals damning inconsistency. No, it doesn't. Damning. Nope. It is not damning. We're our palette expression. That's damning inconsistency here. Okay, alright, we lost a point. It's fine. He has a damning tongue! How do we talk about the coat, Gina's coat, that she's wearing right now? Ads are starting soon, it says. I think we've got a few minutes, technically. It just says starting soon, but it also says pre-roll's not on for another few minutes. I'm gonna keep looking for something that we can potentially... What can we present? Okay, well, we need to think about the case. He was stabbed. 3 eyewitness testimonies. Tries 4th witness. One small box. That's blood, the stain like we suspected. Gina couldn't have been wearing leather gloves that night. She wasn't for sure. She's a pickpocket.
I mean, this is the ticket for the... Oh, ads are going. Okay. Since it's on ads, for the people watching ads, we'll be right back. I'm gonna go get something to drink. Right, be back.
Ow!
Elmo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. Hey, guys. Chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Is there no formal job training? Did they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? Wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim? Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe.
You look pink. Tender and very cute.
Weirds me out a little bit that my Twitch profile icon is also pink-haired, so, you know. Why did she say tender? I don't know. Is she gonna eat us? Concerns?
So call you Sweet Potato. It's nice. That's a food you're gonna eat us. I think we're gonna die.
Same initials, that's not cool. Yeah, why'd you gotta bring that up? Rude! Ah! I won't be able to spot a squat like this.
What the heck's going on around here? Running for the hills!
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. And tombstone. Book! Book. Map? Book. Tombstone! Good job, us. I'm so proud of our warrior of life.
Alright, chat, welcome back. Welcome back. I went and grabbed an energy drink because, you know, it gets tiring after a while. Okay. I didn't come up with any good ideas during that break. I was thinking about it, I'm like, man, what can we do? We gotta get... Yeah, damning tongue. We invited sir. Yeah, I know. He slipped in some tin. Threatened not to snitch. Nothing to say about what she's seen or heard. Brickmaker was in the cab in the omnibus the whole time. Maybe we should look at the notes a little more carefully. Stabbed in the abdomen. Man, there's gotta be something we can do here. Saw the disc on the floor. She heard a scream. And the roof went to go call the slops, which is, you know, coppers, I assume. Left him some money. Threatened her not to snitch. I don't know. I mean, we pressed everything, but I didn't get any reactions out of them. Press on everything, yeah. What's that? What is up with these two? What can we do about it? Maybe the fact they're not reacting is what the real issue is.
Hold it!
Maybe that's what our issue should be. Yeah, driver gave false testimony. And Gilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. Remember thinking that coat has got to be worth something. Coat's got to be worth something. Weren't you the one claiming that nothing there was worth anything? Should I pursue them here? Let's try it.
Excuse me.
Hello, gentlemen. There's something you'd like to share with the court? Inspector Grayson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! What? Blimey! Trying to give me a heart attack? The chips are back. Ah, the camera crashed! Damn it, you guys couldn't see my reaction to that. I'm sorry. My apologies. It's fixed. We got this. We're here. You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? How were you two doing then? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina, right? It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own?
Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Gosh darn it, the camera again. What is your issue? Are you getting too warm? Is it overheating? Feels a little bit warm, but I don't think it should be too bad. It's odd. You know why that would be?
Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. You can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord! Oh. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh, the small box. Right, I was gonna prove a point with that. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Can I take a look at that, please? To be continued! Don't worry, we'll keep going. Not to worry. Yes, we shall save. Trial part 4. What a long one. This really feels like last trial vibes. Last case vibes, rather. So, this is the article in question, is it? Last section of the case, you believe? Okay, definitely feels like it. Small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilder 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Goodness gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Can we see what's on that? Can we hear it now? So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilder's discs deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilder's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? We don't understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilder. Raising my hand like a kid. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. The court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Woo, who's that?
Gregson? Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to this case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Bet you it's government secrets. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. I got an idea. Okay, what if it is a coded message about government secrets and we need the communications officers, because there's 2 of them in this courtroom, to interpret that information? Oop, I didn't mean to hit that. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property and stuff. Hold on. That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has invested interest here, but it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. For once I'm on your side, isn't that amazing? Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. For McGilded. Oh, that's the disc in there. It's rather smaller than I thought it would. That sounds like Morse code. Communications officers, please. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. It's Morse code. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Hey, juror number 5, little help? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
Are you ready to move on, Council? I'm pretty sure that was Morse code. Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. Oh, it's Momo! Hold on, the cat's back. He wants to say hello to all of you. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound and if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. That's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend. Answer me this. Oh, what? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is an unusual genre, not supposed to be music. It's not music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. The cat is trying his best to destroy this desk. Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say? You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno!
Objection!
Hey. Thanks, I think? I don't know. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. How about you ask juror number 5? Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. I would think you would know better as a communications officer, but that's probably exactly why you're bullshitting us all like this. They got me. I don't even know what the answer is yet.
Bruno? I just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Government secrets! Ah! Come on, Ryunosuke. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Juror number 5's doing it! Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, Council? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is newspaper article. Right? I don't think we have anything else. I think it's just that. Today's paper.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. Headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig-purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord, the other side. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. And why Gregson doesn't want to say anything. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports?
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
Hmm? You don't mean to say...
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code.
But I don't believe it!
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Order, order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For sovereign government confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I'm had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Ooh. Yes? And then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most flagitious? I don't know. Offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
Oh, it's the Skulkins! What? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Poor Gregson. He's just like, I know, help. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Poor Gregson. Alright, Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to. We'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
That's an interesting set of testimony. Okay. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin?
One, Mr. Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premise illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did.
Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Not the Skulkins, apparently. You are on your own. Whenever these men say I deny these accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Thank you. The strange music box only appears to be able to play a single note. Sorry, tone. It was deposited at Windibank's 2 days before the black overcoat. Alright, here we go. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal information, he says. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? Bye, cat. Bye, Momo. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Many important government communications are handled by high-level officers, my specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop!
Let me guess. Juror number 5!
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
Ooh, she rat you out! What a sucker! That's fascinating.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Those are fangirl eyes. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. But they could be seen. There is definitely a light on the telegraphs. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now.
Holy shit, she's just ratting him out left and right! That's great. That's fascinating. He's just like, I can't believe you would do this to me. You said I was your idol.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully, though, right? I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. The sounds aren't even Morse code, he says. They're not? Anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. I don't fucking know, man. Some other kind of cipher, maybe? Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, I suppose. A lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Oh, and this is monotone, I see. Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A, and this is a B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. You actually learned Morse code after playing this? Damn. I'm actually thinking about it now. I'm like, I'm intrigued. I'm curious. Do tell. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Okay, but what if it's not based off like the tones of whatever kind of thing you're doing, but like the lights? You know, because every time she taps the thing, the light lights up, and maybe this is like copying the lights, and then someone else has to like copy that and like break it back down. I don't know. What does the light do? Stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets are somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? What's look at it. We didn't look at it yet. See how the former Gilded disc sits in the music box that man deposited at Windibanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Oh, sorry, that was her. My bad. Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. Just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
What's this?
Oh, what is it, Runo?
I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes. It's a two-parter. You gotta play it on both sides to get all the tones. Probably, right? She said two tones. This is two sides.
Look at that, there's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
There's another disc that's missing! I see, I see. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
Huh?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Oh, I got you now. Alright. Possible to use this music box to somehow play Morse code. Give it a try. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense is a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Because there's another side.
Hey, look at that.
Yes, this is it then. No? Here's you know it's coming. No? Okay. Do I have to open it? Okay, I think I have to open it.
Isn't that obvious?
Sure, on the right lines, Runo. Something about the music box, there has to be... Alright, try it again. No, damn it, let me do it again! Hold on.
Hold it!
We'll do it again, we'll get there. Of course, surely can't be friends familiar with Morse code. We get the lesson. Okay. We're spam clicking as quickly as we can. Okay. Yes, give it a try. Maybe I need to open it before I present it. I probably was just too eager. Dots and dashes. All right. Open it. Open it. You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Yeah, let's open it. All right, then. Here goes. Oh, look at that. It's another side. Consider another disc to play back on this side. Yes. Yes, we just did this. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Okay. There you go. There's the other side. There we go. There we go. We had to open it for them first. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Alright, the link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument one more strength, Bruno.
Shit. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Alright. Was some low-class brickmaker, and he has no relation to the man. We're gonna press it, and then I'm gonna hit the court record to look at it. Ashley Graydon. Mason Milverton. Don't know anything about him. Alright, so 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. I don't think we have any way to link them. There's just no way yet, I think. East End of London. I don't know.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
That's some information we're gonna have to find. All they did was break in, like they were told to. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. What else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a night after all them years, but the water had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash?
How do you know each other? Popping over after all these years? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old china.
Ringo? Ringo!
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin.
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now, his fancy whistle and flute. And you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with some smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run?
Milverton! That your brother, Mason Milverton?
That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Actually, it does. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? We was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. God, them were the days.
We're gonna press it first. Oh, we gotta press this too. And then we'll present the McGilded case file. Alright. If he knew there were dodgy secrets, he wouldn't have got involved. So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony? You said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibanks all along, weren't you?
We were, Carl, we were. You're right there. 'Cause that what he told us to do. It was his plan.
And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I were best pleased, I can tell ya.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Milverton and Skulkin. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I shouldn't ask them to elaborate, but on what? Well, the business name's the right answer, but we'll go for the business model first. So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? You stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. Well, raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Go on, Bennett! Are you off your walker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with them full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime.
It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Cool, we all wagged him about it, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the end to even think about it. But look at him now. He's only gone and becoming a blinking communication officer, ain't he?
Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Shums and Wilson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. What if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers? I like how one's an apple and one's a pear. That's kind of funny. And then we have potato. Oh shit, nope, I wanted, ah, crap. I went too far. We went too far, guys.
All right, this is the one. Now we want to talk about the business name. All right. Let's talk about the business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That is...
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
What the abyss or homes that one came from? Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
Sorry, I needed the tea.
She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? No, of course not. This is all bumpkin. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves then? I'm sure there's a county record or, like, you know, a local public record somewhere to verify this information. You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Nah. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton, and now we have our link. Isn't that lovely? That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated! His last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. Also, yep, this is the same old, same old. Alright, now that we've updated his information, now we can establish the link. Now it's not conjecture, now it's fact. Alrighty, hold on. Actually, we need to... Let me check the statements. He has no relation to the man. In fact, you actually do.
Hold it!
Shit, that was not the right button. Ah, no. All right, hold on. We either present it on the third statement or the last statement. The McGilded files. All right, moving on. Here we go. I think this is the one. All right, here we go. Ready? Objection! Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Ah, shit. All right, we're waiting for the ads.
I will put you guys on ad break while we wait, and then we will go back. Okay, hold on. Let's pull this up first, and then we'll just go over here, and I'll see you guys soon.
Ow!
Elmo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. Hey, guys. Chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Is there no formal job training? Did they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? Oh, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim? Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe.
You look pink. Tender and very cute.
Weirds me out a little bit that my Twitch profile icon is also pink-haired, so, you know. Why did she say tender? I don't know. Is she gonna eat us? Concerns?
So call you Sweet Potato. It's nice. That's a food you're gonna eat us. I think we're gonna die.
Same initials, that's not cool. Yeah, why'd you gotta bring that up? Rude! Ah! I won't be able to spot a squat like this.
What the heck's going on around here? Running for the hills!
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. We're back. Sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know about the ad. That's what's nice about the timer, is I should be paying attention to it, but I can also see when the ads are over, so I will know. All right, backtrack a little bit, because I think it was about 30 seconds that we may have missed. All right. So, we got our objection in. Presented the McGilded case notes. Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I've been gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me, so he says. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. I try to make sure I'm on the right things. Okay, there we go. We know it's because Mason's his brother, or relative of some sort. He also had the name Milverton. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad makes more sense given the age. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I don't. I don't know why I thought brother. Or just a relative of some sort. I don't know. Brother is like the instant thing that I would think for two people scheming together. But I think it's because the Skulkin brothers was throwing me off. Anyway. So Dad, anyway. I didn't pay attention to the ages. As I believe... Oh, sorry. Low-key forgot this whole plot point. I didn't think about it at all. It's just like, oh yeah, Mr. Mason. Why him? I don't know. And then it comes up like, oh shit, they're related. That's pretty funny. That's a good tie-in. Good way to like wrap everything all together.
And I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Now! Come on, break down. I need a good breakdown. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By the dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to Mr. McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. That attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched 1 item and 1 item alone, the music box.
As a rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 Princeton security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that 1 article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Oh, look, his arm's bleeding. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. So you admit it now? Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night, and paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But he's gonna deny that he did the murder, isn't he? But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with McGilded. Still dancing. You gotta hand it to a man who can, even when he's being accused of high treason, just can't stop dancing. Dancing is in his soul, whether we like it or not. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not gonna go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
Little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. And no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself as the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. Are you gonna say that you saw my girl shoot Mr. Windibank? Because that's bullshit. Come on, Skulkin brothers, testify against him. You gotta. He's trying to throw you under the bus and get you wrapped up in, like, government shit. Don't let him get away with that. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Oh, what a lovely frame to get stuck on camera. Can you please not do that? Oh, there we go. Fixed. Lovely. Are you suggesting? He is indeed. I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You— what? You lying rat bastard. Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is— if it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Skulkin brothers, help me out here. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Witness testimony! The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windabank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. And then accused in black coat. She shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. And then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. We're saying that blood splattered all over her? Where's the splatter? I'm pretty sure he just kind of bled out. No single bullet wound in the upper half of the victim's back. No, there's visible signs of trauma. I don't know how plausible this seems. But gracious, this is quite an extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Why didn't you bring this up before, though? Order, order, order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, I'm sorry about that. He shot me in the arm. The pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. I don't think she was, though. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh, yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Ah, shit! Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Well, at least we didn't note it, but still. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. They test it with their chemicals.
Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot.
That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Gilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled! Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. Shit. Nothing we can do. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yeah, once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting. Ruffians jostling.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Mingo and Nash were scouring the counter when we suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. And the broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
How are you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you!
Sorry, Gove.
And then Windibank threw him,
Hold it!
and he got shot. I mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly at that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the counter in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me all the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do? Pursued the man, and he looked through the peephole. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the stolen door is a solid job. Made of stout wood. There's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. She definitely doesn't look like she's covered in blood. What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
No, not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? She shot him in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective, but this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene! Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. First, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, and then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over her. Yes, through that peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Father.
And then she tossed the gun out the peephole.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell onto the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Not thinking, I went and picked it up. Suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flutie had told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mom sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, my god. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What are you doing, Inspector?
Gregson's angry.
Alright, what are you guys doing? Gentlemen! Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin, right?
Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you?
Course, we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming people in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to lose my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, this wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Gregson? My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Ah, shit. Explain yourself, officer. I had the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. That's not good. I presume you have no objection, counsel? I mean, I do, but I don't have any grounds on which to do that, so... no, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. Shit. End of report. Goodness me! See, what did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? Just give it a few decades. Century, maybe. The dead will speak. It's fine. We got spirit channeling later. It's valid in court sometimes. Just don't worry about it. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Ugh, but that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Piroshki to a starving boy and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. And that is the whole truth. I hate you. Ah! My lord! Oh, sorry. My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Shit. Summation examination? One more for the road? Did you just say Sholmes isn't real? I know, right? Isn't that offensive?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
I'm a summation, you dudes. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. I'm gonna waste more of your time, guys. I'm gonna summation you. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decisions being equally successful. Hey, at least they know that we're gonna do it regardless, right? They stop questioning it, they're just like, just get it over with. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. I'm making a guess here. I'm betting it's Herlock. I've been waiting for him to show up. Come on, save me. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Do it, do it, do it, do it. Yes! Mr. Sholmes! Thank you. Bless. What is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I should be, but had I not been sent upon an errand. What errand? Gregson fucking jumped. It was pretty good.
Haley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
This man over here is just kind of like, holy shit. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, you'll humor me? What manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, Council. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes, but I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. But, let's make this discussion as short as possible. You should be back in the hospital, my friend. You want to sit down?
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Oh, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender futoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
What? Huh? Oh, it makes doors. The thing to make doors?
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
How is this? What is happening? What? Huh? Huh? Not that I mind the involvement of cats, I'm just confused what I'm supposed to do with this.
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. You got a cat a couple months ago and considered naming him Wagahai? Oh, cute! Congrats on the kitty. I love... Always... First cat's always amazing. Where are my boys, by the way? They were just here, and then they left. You ended up calling him Soseki? Aw, that's super cute. I'm sure he's a very happy cat. Not at all extraordinarily nervous like Soseki-san. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, it's extremely flattering. And I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Sato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? The cat Flapperman has been entered into the court record. A compact machine for rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Hold on. What if the storeroom door isn't supposed to have a peephole? And one was not added until after we got there. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. Need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. Hey, we don't give up until we've exhausted all options. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Chomes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Ooh, it's giving me the choice. We're saving first. I think the answer lies in the peephole, which I think we would have to cross-examine him about. I mean, we know why they think she's guilty. It's because his testimony is really strong. So I think we need to pick apart his testimony, not question why the jurors think she's guilty. That's pretty obvious now. Let's cross-examine. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! Take that, Venzeeks. Remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I've decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony. Ah, shit. And but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? We will not press the witnesses any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. What? Dude! I leave this in your capable hands. Shelms, come on! Oh my god. Mr. Shelms? Get that man to a hospital! Oh my god. Where did the Skulkin brothers go? Even did the dramatic failing. I know! He was like, wah! It was pretty funny. Stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has an extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Gregson and Graydon are just standing there. I know, it's weird, right? They're just like, a man just fell down next to you. You don't want to, like, help him? Yes. One statement and one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. The final. The moment of the shooting again. He was near the entrance. Threw Nash over the counter, shoved a sharp pain in your arm. Shut himself in the storeroom and could see him through the peephole in the door, though. EQ shot him. Saw the blood splatter. Tossed the gun out the peephole. I'm pretty sure it's... We have to talk about the peephole and how it's not a peephole at all. It's a cat door that was Susato made so she could look inside. Why would he want a peephole there for people to see all the stuff he's got stashed away? That's weird. Alright. Let's try it. Objection! What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Actually, there was. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you and your Japanese assistant and Sholmes. Yes, 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I witness the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant, using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Yeah. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Nah. Hey, look, the Skulkin brothers are back. Oddly, weirdly. Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Can't quite see if there's a peephole in there, I guess, because the curtain's in the way. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. Uh-oh, ad starting soon. Let's let it play so I can do a quick bathroom break, and then we can finish up this case really nice. All right, we're gonna let it go. So prepare yourselves for the breakdown of this man. We're gonna take him apart. Ow! Elmo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. Hey, guys, chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Is there no formal job training? Did they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? No, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim? Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe.
You look pink. Tender and very cute.
Weirds me out a little bit that my Twitch profile icon is also pink-haired, so, you know. Why did she say tender? I don't know. Is she gonna eat us? Concerns?
So call you Sweet Potato.
It's nice. That's a food you're gonna eat us. I think we're gonna die. Same initials, that's not cool. Yeah, why'd you gotta bring that up? Rude! Ah! I won't be able to spot a squat like this. What the heck's going on around here? Running for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. And tombstone. Book! Book. Map? Book. Tombstone! Good job, us. I'm so proud of our warrior of light. Fucking tombstones. As a result, I brought this knife so I could shank this bitch next to me if he doesn't fucking give me back my coin. I know he took it. There was no one else there. Bro, what? Bro, what? Excuse me? Alright, I'm back. Ad time should be over. We should be all good here. We're ready to go. Ready to take this man apart. Let's discredit him. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Wacky, cooey, time for dinner.
She made one down there. Oh, that's so cute. He's in the courthouse now.
Oh, so cute!
I love Wagahai.
Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. Well, she's 10, so you let her do what she wants. It's fine. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom and door at Windibanks is made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
Cat flaps and my cat flap on that creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match.
Nyah.
Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friends' turns to be lost for words, I feel. Learned student friends' turn to be lost for words. My friends. So he's talking about our friends, right? What? What are you doing? What? I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yeah, that's true. You may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the people of those dimensions are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Red-handed recorder? Camera? Maybe it'll show it, I don't know. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that this peephole was created after the incident using this device. And now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made... Recorder! Give me the photos. I told you to let me look at the photos! My learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Council?
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the Council for the Defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Winterbank storeroom was created after the event and not before. Examine. Oh yeah, it's okay, we can't see it here. It was created at 1:30 a.m., but not here. Oh yeah. It is visible. That's pretty big. Okay, cool. We got it. We got it. We got this.
Take that!
The defense believes this is all the proof the court should need.
Objection!
And the defense is extremely hopeful. That proves nothing. Oh, the other photo. They want me to show that the people was created after Mr. Winterbank was killed, but I have no idea how to do that.
Don't be disheartened, Bruno. You can rely on Susie.
Rely on Mrs. Sato? What do you mean?
Well, she wouldn't have left you in the lurch, would she? You can be sure she thought of a way to prove what you're being asked to prove now. So there must be some evidence in the court record somewhere that will do the trick.
Alright then, if the point is to prove that the people was made after the incident, then it would suffice to show that the people wasn't there before the incident took place. Okay, so we need the other photo. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to present a different piece of evidence instead. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the people in the door of Winterbank Storm was created after the event and not before. Because it wasn't here yet.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. And this print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable, the door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Ah. Mr. Graydon! You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Fall apart, fall apart, fall apart. And he's back up according to that. Where's this desk that they're supposedly falling all over? Order, order, order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. I guess they're just collapsing on the, banister. The witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. It's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. That woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? You're the one who told him that if his... God, Van Zeeks is such a prick. Because he's the one who said that if Graydon... If there was any falsehoods that we found in Graydon's testimony, then he would be undeniably the killer. But now he's backtracking on that and being like, oh, well, you proved that it was a lie. You didn't prove that he was the killer. You dickhead! Because there at the scene, it's true. I was shot in the arm, it's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. No, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Bye, Wakahai. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon! Whoa. I felt it. Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, bloodstains on the coat. Yeah, because when would he have seen the blood splatter, right? That's what we're saying? He also shouldn't have known about I mean, really all of it. He shouldn't have known about any of this. As I save. But I think, more importantly, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's that the nature of the lie you concocted it is the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously How's the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door, so the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Someone's gotta watch the Skulkins.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Am I gonna take a break? It's almost their dinner time. It's past their dinner time, technically. I was gonna finish this up and then do a break while I'm switching games. That's my plan. I think we're almost done. I don't know. Yes, I do. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, concerning a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. The people who were talking amongst themselves during another testimony when we were talking to Gina. Probably almost done, but there's a long credit sequence. I think we're okay.
Who's the person in question, counsel?
We'll see. If I need a break to feed them, I will.
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Sorry, buddy.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
It better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. All the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that we would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Yeah, we saw it happen. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
That's a bloomin' outrage!
Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh?
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. But if you'll recall, they were skulking about in the corner talking amongst themselves. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. No, they could. We actually watched. Ooh, I just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it.
When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. A deal to get more information on the other top secret, highly important case about government secrets.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The other disc.
Oh, the other disc so they could...
For the other case that they're working on.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with the witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. I don't know. Well,
Objection!
Becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I'll do that! But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
So what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? This court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Shit. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
I feel like it's probably the music box because... No, hold on. This was while... Think about the timing. Okay, let's think about the timing. So... No, wait, hold on. What was happening while we were talking to Ginny? They were going to get the music box, right? So we had no way to know that it was... I don't think we had a way to know there was a second disc yet at that time. The nature of the alleged deal. The newspaper? Something had to be something to do with this other case. Let's try it.
Take that!
This, my lord. This shows exactly what the deal between these two men was all about.
Well, Inspector, what do you have to say for yourself? Dear me, it would appear this answer has in no way satiated your appetite.
Nope, that wasn't it. And that bite should be directed at my learned friend, I feel. Okay.
I'm very surprised at Gregsy. There must have been a compelling reason for him to give away secrets like that.
What's the most important thing to the inspector? What could have motivated him to do it?
Well, most Scotland Yard inspectors that I know would put nothing above their duty to policing.
So would he have some evidence related to the inspector and his duties, I wonder? Something related to the inspector and his duties? I don't think we knew about the two sides of the box yet at that point, though. Wasn't that afterwards? I'm gonna think this one through. What's up? We still have this too. But just being stupid isn't letting me use the points. I did save the game. I did save before this. It's weird that it's not letting you do it. I saved before we lost the last point, so we should be okay. All right. So we're thinking about... Twitch Mobile? Oh. Yeah, Twitch Mobile is kind of... Twitch Mobile is so weird. You know what I learned recently? That bits cost more on mobile than they do on desktop, which is just weird to me. I'm like, why? Is it the disc? So does subscribing? What the heck? That's messed up. What if he was trying to get the other disc? But how would he have known about the other disc? We might as well just try just to rule it out.
Take that!
Oh, that was it. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? I pulled out the newspaper! That's not fair. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice?
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were... It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ah! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
Sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Get him.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Gah!
Objection!
What are you objecting to now? If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly you would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Gregson! How could you? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector? Young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. And I'll happily submit a body search.
What? He's gonna agree to it? Oh, something's up here. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord?
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. It has to be someone else. He must have given it to someone. Possibly the Skulkins, because they're gonna have to come back with him anyway. What are they? They can't get rid of it. They have to come back with him. You can just grab it from them later. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Bad enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
Little baby slap. Oh, Ryunosuke. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What?
Now what's all of this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? Thought you wanted to search me.
No. Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Thus at last have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you. I don't know who this is. Oh, it's Iris.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. What? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request the search now?
Aw, shit. We're saving. We're resaving. He didn't do anything when Herlock fainted, so we couldn't have stuck it on him. Herlock probably wouldn't give it back to him anyway. Could he have dumped it on one of the Skulkins? Because otherwise it's like weird, like why are they still there up on the stand, right? Like what reason is there to leave them up there if we're not gonna still be using them for some reason? They haven't said anything in a while. They can't leave without him because they're under arrest. Well, we did save. We did save. And we'll resave right now, just to make doubly, triply, completely sure. Oh boy. Alright, let's try it.
Take that!
Music stopped. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Blimey!
Me?
Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector, Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
The fact that you're objecting means I'm right. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Record it out! Ah!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
Y'all are in trouble now. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Gregson, how could you? I trusted you!
Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett, I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. Swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
He was shaking Nash for some odd reason.
Ah,
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort.
While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, well he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
But bless my wig, he hid it?
Hi, Chirico. Chirico's here to tell me that I'm half past due, time to feed him.
Yo. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
However not.
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does that mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. To slip the second disc into his pocket.
It was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Still dancing! Still dancing! All this time, still dancing! Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. No idea what any of that is about.
You... What?
Oh my god, he's so damn slippery!
Come on.
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? You admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, the Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice.
Oh, this is where we question what real justice is. Oh, it's all coming together. We were here to investigate what true justice is. There's a cat next to me. It's all coming full circle. There we go, different cat.
Well, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Raiden is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
Okay, but the detective's not the one on trial here. It is Ginny, and clearly it was not her, right? Come on, you guys.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are...
They're gonna believe Gregson? They declare their decision now.
Is Ginny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Grayson killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no?
We're saving. We got 1 life left, dudes.
That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
There's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Something to confirm that Gregson made a deal. What could be in the manuscript? That could... Okay, if there's something incriminating in this manuscript, that could be why. I don't know anything about this story, though. But we haven't used... That's one of the few pieces of evidence we haven't used yet. Okay. We don't have anything to prove without a shadow of a doubt that... Like, we don't have the gun or anything to show that what's-his-face shot him. But Gregson... What if... I mean, Iris could maybe... What if Iris puts pressure on him? Childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. I don't have anything for Graydon. The only thing I can think of is pressure Gregson somehow. Maybe with the manuscript be like, hey, Iris is gonna write about you. Because that shit bothers him. But he's also trying to... does everything for Queen and Country. I don't know if that's enough. We did save, though. YOLO? We can't leave it to the jury. That's like game over. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Eh? What's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. What if the Baskerville story has something that does not paint him in a good light? And that's why... that could be why, Sholmes didn't want us to publish it, because, you know, he's being considerate of his friend. You could try it. It doesn't hurt to try it out. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. We haven't used it yet.
Take that!
I'll try it.
What on earth is this, Counsel?
Irrefutable proof, my lord, of the corrupt dealings that went on between these two men. No, it's not. Or perhaps irrefutable proof of the corrupt workings of my learned friend's mind. No, that's not it. A more considered argument. Load, load, load. Nothing happened. Okay, so that's not it. So we're not using the final piece of evidence that we haven't used yet. Okay. Something to show that they made a deal, then. Okay. We don't have the other disc. They didn't give us that. Smear of the blood turned green. How do we show who shot him? Hi, Chirico. How do we show this? Let's see. Different people's blood turn different colors. That's not gonna help us, is it? We have to either prove the deal happened or prove the murder happened. I just don't know if we have anything or what we could use. What evidence do we have? Oh, we could play. What if we play the music box? If we play the music box. Okay. I do need to feed the cats. We're gonna mull this over for just for a few minutes. We're gonna run because the ad break's coming up, and I might as well just like let it play. We'll let it play early so we don't get interrupted while we try to figure this out, and I'm gonna go feed the cats. So we will be right back.
Ow!
Elmo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing.
Hey, guys. Chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Is there no formal job training? Did they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? No, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim? Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe.
You look pink. Tender and very cute.
Weirds me out a little bit that my Twitch profile icon is also pink-haired, so, you know. Why did she say tender? I don't know. Is she gonna eat us? Concerns?
So call you Sweet Potato. It's nice. That's a food you're gonna eat us. I think we're gonna die.
Same initials, that's not cool. Yeah, why'd you gotta bring that up? Rude! Ah! I won't be able to spot a squat like this.
What the heck's going on around here? Running for the hills!
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. And tombstone. Book! Book. Map? Book. Tombstone! Good job, us. I'm so proud of our warrior of light. Fucking tombstones. As a result, I brought this knife so I could shank this bitch next to me if he doesn't fucking give me back my coin. I know he took it. There was no one else there. Bro, what? Bro, what? Excuse me? Anyway, the fact remains, Mr.
Stickler shouts.
Hey, I think I came back just in time to finish. Uh-oh. Is camera okay? Okay, we're good. We're good. Came back just in time for the ads to finish. Be all done. Alright. What if we try to play the disc? Because we found the disc. So what if we tried playing it? And then force him to admit it. Because he doesn't want us to use it, right? Okay, we gotta show some kind of evidence. Hold up, let's resave here. Inspector Gregson. Alright, let's try the music box.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box council?
Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play, so let's put in the other one. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc council?
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
But it was found on the Skulkin brothers' person. Not true, Inspector.
Right?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
We're crying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. That's not my problem. That sounds like a you problem. Go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that. It's treason.
Well, then maybe you should admit that you made a bad deal. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
No, you will be making an enemy of the government. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Ooh, we got the shoe! He got shooed!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Look.
This courtroom, my duty is the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul.
No! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up!
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Snap! What are you doing, man? All exactly like the young Eastern lawyer says. The trial resumed after the recess, and we all stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? There's something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. How about a trade?
I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details about the case that should have put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. And it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. You! Oh, he's losing it. Oh, he broke the cane! Traitor! He broke the cane! Oh my god, he's gonna kill the man! Save him! Save Gregson! Woo! Okay, buddy? Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Oh my god, poor Gregson. That's it then. It's all over. Despise my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. Born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Greed? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. And now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with a queer tidings, so you are. There's money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me with the plan now.
You steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs. McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using this music box. My father was a brickmaker, and my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. And poverty had never broken in him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? In the loft.
Poor Dad, he didn't deserve any of this.
And that's how I That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You're taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make any sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself.
I realized the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealing. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore."
Was Dad trying to protect his son and being like, look, you gotta stop harassing my son over this shit, like, let him go. Let him go so he can go be a good person. And then McGill is probably like, nah, fuck that, I'm gonna stab you.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. I had no idea it was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. Never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is the disc was taken from him. He never returned home.
That's harsh.
It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name.
To exact revenge. Revenge? Are you the one who set that man on fire? Oh.
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. You're willing to pay the price. There are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that
I think you have the picture now.
Yeah, you set a man on fire.
After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
We're like just wrapping up all the loose ends here.
Gilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. I'd like you to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Best if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell me Gilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right. That's right, an imposter hired by me. Gilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence, and threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell.
So pretending he has a hat.
An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Whew. Spine-chilling account indeed. And that wasn't the end of it for me. It was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man.
What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. Put the jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
Learning things about London. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? The trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another Mr. of McGilded's pawns, but he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to the Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in the pocket. An all-important music box with a second disc inside was missing. because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. And I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Spectre, you've recovered fast. Being choked with a cane?
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. With a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
And then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. And that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. Happened that night in the pawnbrokery. I can only describe it as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, and located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves with forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. And then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Why did you have to kill him? Oh, because he probably saw you. You thought he saw you. Before I knew what was happening, and fired back, the man had already turned to flee, and intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the store door for refuge.
Sorry, sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. It's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. What a reason to kill a man. Oof. There's a lot of people who... I mean, McGilded died for a real reason. That was vengeance, but there's a lot of people in this... died for no reason. It was all mostly very accidental. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. What you have done is exactly the same. It's true. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in the Gilded. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. You're telling me it was 4 parts? However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course.
transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. Crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Guardian Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yay! I'll take it.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. That's definitely a word. At long last. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. It was very touch and go.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
What?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
What? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It's the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he done, so... Sorry? Sorry, friends? If I may say something on that point, who is this?
Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by that music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Little baby slaps. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain minstrel secrets, sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
Ugh, but it's really gonna bother me.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, me lord?
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, gotta start at home. Gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty.
Woohoo!
Where does the confetti even come from? And indoor fireworks? That's dangerous. And there's the smoke grenade launcher. Oh, with fireworks. How? How is that safe? This is an old building. Are we sure it's not gonna... I guess there's just open flames everywhere. Never mind. That is all. Court is adjourned. It's totally safe. It's very safe. Old wooden building, lots of fire and explosives. Definitely very safe. Are we just chilling with this man? On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my far eastern friend. That was slightly less racist. Oh! Despite being on Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. Stop being racist. No, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in this courtroom. Did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. Wait, who was your Japanese friend that betrayed you? You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese? What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. What? Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from the service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. That was unnecessary! So farewell, my learned Nipponese friend, till we meet again. How many glasses does that man own and buy? And keep crushing constantly? Does he just like have a whole box full of glasses underneath his bench?
These are the questions I wonder. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But... where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. It was odd as your name.
Brushes a glass with red wine in it and glove is perfectly unstained. I know! What kind of magic coating does he have on his gloves? It's so weird. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? And also, no cuts in the gloves from the glass, so it's gotta be really sturdy. It's cut-proof.
No one ever asked before, you see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
I mean, true. Fair. Yes. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, you say so. Don't make a fat load of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Cosmo. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Who is it? Fucking Sholmes, what are you doing? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. And you people, with your incessant babbling...
Oh, Mr. Sholmes!
Yes, it was me all along. You see? He felt lonely. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Like, why didn't they take you to the hospital? Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Herlock! He's gonna faint again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. That's not how going to the hospital works! Oh my god. Now very above board. Can't do that. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts are justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Thank you?
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take my hands off your neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? I didn't ask for this. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Was anyone who's found not guilty in the trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it?
Don't jinx it. There's a lot of wood on here. It's a wood building. We should knock on it. The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, like, God?
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You don't have to got the wrong end of the stick. There's some codes like that bog trotter wall rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lies is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGilded of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi! Just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here?
Iris, you were interrupted at a touching moment.
Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day.
That's some not nice foreshadowing. I don't like that. I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Yeah, the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk toward to stop what was his lug. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, innit?
No, I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Oh my god, she didn't get death flagged, did she? I'm scared.
Alright, well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Otto?
Yes? You're gonna shoot me? Why are you shooting me? Why are we shooting me? What was that for?
I don't know, I mean... I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase or the two missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
What?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes! It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... thanks, Otto. Aw, she's crying! Aw. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me.
Aw. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. It's cute. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trail is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Why is there bad news? Ugh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Yay! Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
That huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
Ooh. Let's go.
But...
Don't be a train, Shirley. We're gonna be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. Hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Ooh, that sounds really good. Oh, the great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. Oh my god. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Can you maybe stop blackmailing people? Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
'18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Wayside. That took someone longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Mrs. Sato, where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
What are you trying to throw in there? Mrs. Sato, wait, what are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, I heard that sailings are being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
It's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Is it because you broke the law by tampering with a crime scene? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
Did you practice the pickpocketing that Gina taught us?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun! I stole Reno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
Storm door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was the first of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the people was made. That information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
When I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier...
Or sorry, she remembered the trial. The trial of Magnus McGilded.
Thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if someone wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have been behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which a people would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she hid it? She did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone. Not even to the police. I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. Ads are starting soon. I'll keep an eye on it. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. It could have been disbarred if you could have been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Alright, we're gonna pause here and let the ads play so we can wrap this up.
Ow!
Momo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. Hey, guys. Chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome. Is there no formal job training? Did they just throw you into the fire and expect you to swim? No, wait, hold on. Throw you into the ocean and expect you to swim? Sorry, got my things mixed up there. Yes, what is it?
I believe we have found the man to whom the package was intended.
Look, you can swim in fire if you believe.
You look pink. Tender and very cute.
Weirds me out a little bit that my Twitch profile icon is also pink-haired, so, you know. Why did she say tender? I don't know. Is she gonna eat us? Concerns?
So call you Sweet Potato.
It's nice. That's a food. You're gonna eat us. I think we're gonna die.
Same initials, that's not cool. Yeah, why'd you gotta bring that up? Rude! Ah! I won't be able to spot a squat like this.
What the heck's going on around here? Running for the hills!
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. And tombstone. Book! Book. Map? Book. Tombstone! Good job, us. I'm so proud of our warrior of light. Fucking tombstones. As a result, I brought this knife so I could shank this bitch next to me if he doesn't fucking give me back my coin. I know he took it. There was no one else there. Bro, what? Bro, what? Excuse me?
Alright, we're back, we're back. Okay, that should be good enough to help us wrap up the game, I would think. Well, this is quite the long ending. It's already like almost, we've been live for 6 hours playing this, and still not even at the credits. But it's almost done. We're almost done, guys. Mrs. Sato.
Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Brayden is the one who lied in the witness stand using that people as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
Aw. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrada's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although, some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could have never hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow! It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Oh, a what? What? So... Asogi? What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
No. Asogi isn't that Cosma Asogi? Isn't that his full name?
Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something. Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. Holy shit.
I thought the messages probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. Ah!
I don't believe it. Are you saying... Here we go. We're finally getting our tie into the first case with the mystery English people and her dad. The death of her dad.
That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it?
You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it.
Oh, shit.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course! But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names.
First is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? And there did seem to be some kind of special reason for him to be selected to come here in the first place. And then he had a really unfortunate accident.
The second is Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is Guregu-san?
Guregu Gregson? Oh, Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange. It's so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh, shit.
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, I translate from Japanese. That is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It appears that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo come from.
Oh, we don't want to talk about that.
Oh, well... no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine and the Imperial Yume at the Imperial Yume University, but we can't tell Iris about that right now. We just can't. That's awkward.
This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
I feel like we're just gonna fall in whether we want to or not. Oh, you're being called home.
Oh dear. Ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. And I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
Yes, to go see your dad. He's not doing well. We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mrs. Sato, I'd hope to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie?
Oh, sorry.
Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah.
Oh yeah, the Hound of Baskervilles. How well did she know Professor Wilson? Maybe she heard it from him.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yeah, of course. On the SS Portia when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Cosmo-sama's great legacy.
Susato?
My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Hi, Wagahai!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Said thing! That's the third game.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Trials and Tribulations? Is that an Ace Attorney reference? Oh my gosh, I have no idea. It's amazing. What a coincidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you want? Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. What? The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. I told you not to blackmail people! Huh?
was such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Why? Why would you do that? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. Going to Mrs. Sato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
No! No!
That's...
Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Spell it out, my dear fellow.
Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
And I really must say... That was so much fun! And we have Sholmes. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Oh, that's right, he did do something. Something was afoot. Though it transpired, I had ordered them all, so I advertised them for sale, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I have earned, consulting detective work, pays a pittance by comparison. Sir?
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast.
That's very fair. No, not you!
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly! Rarely do Koban coins hide right in the rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, said knows his father is an innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar? Witness, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Ah, these fools. Lovely. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Waghai's offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! Poor Soseki-san! Also, kittens? Wagahai had kittens? Adorable. Bringing them back to Japan with him. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Soseki-san is great, definitely one of my favorite characters. He is just so fun and dramatic, and it's beautiful. The latest Rance magazine is out, and I'm in it again! Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug, 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 glug. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Gregson, you are an interesting sir. Very devoted to Queen and country.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course, Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky pig. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Are you wearing that apron on the cannon now? Is that you now? Is that your apron?
My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for the Londoners that dropped out pennies, and my lovely wife.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
The stars in their eyes, they shine. They're so... something. Yup. And she's in jail.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing Tom for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a nutter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them.
It's true. That's why those TV shows are so successful. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. And regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback at Mill Lieutenant Skulkin's milk run, right? 3 muscular whatsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth.
He poses with them. Okay. Sure, why not? But is Gregson sulky skulkin? We never got the answer. But beyond a shadow of a doubt.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruto-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
Aw, that's sweet. Aw, that's a really nice picture. With Wagahai too. Aw, so cute. That's going in the screenshot folder later. The slideshow. Oh! What are we doing? What's going on here? We're walking. Oh, voice actors! Beautiful. We got the bailiffs, we got this jerk, ouchie. We've got the butler I'm very concerned about. That means we have one Ace Attorney game left, right? Yes, we do indeed. And what I'm thinking is... Hold on, let me check my calendar really quick. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking for starting the next one. If I am able to stream next week, because I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to stream next week, I might have something to do. Technically, Friday is my anniversary, my SO, and because Friday's a work day, we might do something Saturday instead. So if that happens, I wouldn't be streaming.
So if I don't stream next week, then we'll probably wait to start it because I want to make sure we have time to do the first case. Which means we'll probably give it a few weeks break and then start in August. But if we can't start next week, then that gives me 3 weekends to work on the case before because I'm gonna be gone at the end of July. I don't know. Cosmo, stop! No, come back! Aw, that's tragic. Messed up, man. Like, I want to make sure we have enough time to get through... Well, the first case is usually not too long, so maybe we'll be okay either way. I say that, but it was also... It felt a little bit long last time. This time, rather. Typefaces here are solely developed by Dyna something. Interesting. More bobbies! Oh, it's these 3! Yep, this is the McGilded case. Russian dying message? They had a... Okay, they got a specific person to do that. Vocalization. Ah, and there is Shomes. Hello there, Shomes. "2-1 is the longest first case in the series? Oh my gosh. Alright, is it more or less than like 5 hours, do you think? I love how he's coming with us now. Oh, little Wakahai with Soseki-san. Aww. Okay, buddy. Oh, and there's Iris. I think the average is 6 hours. Well, maybe we can squeeze it in on the 15th and 22nd. That way we can at least start the next game pretty soon without having to wait too long. Oh, there's the Skulkins. Y'all are interesting people.
And Gina.
You gonna walk with us, Gina? Come on, you're a friend. She's going to shoot at us first. Yeah, I think we should be okay to do it in 2 weeks. I think that should be fine. So I think that will be the plan. We'll plan on starting the next game on the 15th, and then that way I don't have to worry about, like, my plans for next weekend. So I think that's the plan. We'll start, Great Ace Attorney 2 on the 15th. So we'll do a 1-week break from Ace Attorney, and then we'll come back on the 15th and start the next game. We're all posing. Dynamic posing. Hey! Working together. That was so good! It was fun! I had a good time. The pacing definitely was a little bit weird, so I'm... But, you know, it's not that bad. Glad to hear that it'll probably improve a little. That's a nice picture, too. There we go. I'm like, please take the screenshot! Got it. Oh! Did it just drop me off in the next one? Or is that the end? No, this is the ending scene. Okay. Anyway. Ooh, that was fun. I liked it. I liked it. Alright. So that's gonna do it for Ace Attorney. Hey. Hope you enjoyed that. But I'm not done for the night, because I do want to still do the FF14 event, but I think it's a good place to stop for Ace Attorney fans. Okay, that's the plan, I think. What I was just thinking. We will take a break from Ace Attorney next week, so I give myself a little bit of buffer to, you know, just in case, and not have to worry about it too much. And then we'll start up the next one on the 15th. Oh, we can do the escapades and the extra menu? Ooh. Hold on. Oops, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Special contents? There's stuff in here. Accolades. Oh, escapades. Play some short extra episodes. Okay. That's a good plan. We'll start it off with that next time. We'll watch these short episodes. Sure, it shouldn't take too long, right? I think we'll be okay. We'll be okay. All around just 10 minutes, just dialogue. Okay, cool. All right. So we'll have to start with the escapades next time, and then we'll dive into the next game. And that'll be on the 15th, so we can do everything all together, and it'll be very exciting. We'll use the escapades as a way to, like, ramp ourselves up and get ready for the next game. But for now, I'm going to break here, take a few-minute break. I'm gonna grab things that I need to prep for a change in game. So we'll probably take, like, 5-ish or so minute break, a little bit longer, but yeah. Hey, thanks for stopping by for Ace Attorney. I always appreciate you coming by, 21 Snakes, and also anyone else who stops in, all the other lurkers, you know, and VoD watchers in the future too. I appreciate all of you who watch and enjoy this adventure with me. It's a lot of fun. This is such a good series, and I can't wait for more. I'm also still a little upset that, like, after I went through all that struggle to get us to be ready to play Apollo Justice, that trilogy, they're now putting it out on Steam soon, and I'm like, why? Okay, it's fine, we're good. But yeah, I'll see you next time, and we're going to the games now. So I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Have a great night if you're leaving here, and I'll see you guys in a couple weeks. Ow! Elmo just slammed me in the back of the head with his butt, so that was a thing. Hey, guys, chat room. I want to point something out to you once we get out of this fight. I'll point something out to you guys so you'll never be able to unsee it. You see these trees I'm standing next to? Do these trees not look like a really buff dude who skips out on leg day? You're welcome.